we should be live. Okay, so there is a couple more minutes till the stream starts. I'll just wait a little bit and see if connection holds up. For now, it hopefully does. Okay. So welcome one and all. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to those who are going to watch this on YouTube. And probably there's gonna be more of later. But in either case, I want to start the stream by apologizing. I promised to run a stream last Sunday instead of Saturday, but I didn't get back to my usual streaming spot, and I couldn't stream on Sunday either. So now we had a missed stream from last week, and I'm gonna run that missed stream tomorrow. So if you're interested in watching me being live, but you only watched this stream on YouTube, tomorrow is gonna be your chance to jump in and say hello, or ask your questions if you have any. Okay, so where were we last time? We went into those F-type pickups, well, slightly larger than vanilla pickups and vans, and split their variants of rear setups, well, rear doors and such into kind of mix and match components, and then started dealing with, well, ironing out some of those geometries. So currently the one we had selected was this regular wagon variant, and before I started the stream I had a little bit tinkering with how it works. I removed some of this excess geometry from down here. I removed a lot of faces that were there but were technically never visible. Okay, actually, yeah, that one we probably would have to do something about, this face here. But there were a bunch of faces that were never visible. There were a bunch of faces that had like weird shapes. So I removed most of them and then rebuilt this interior area to have like only one layer of faces, hoping that this shared cab will fill in the rest. And that is that. Now I want to fill in those gaps here. Oh, hello to my first viewer. Hello and welcome. So now I want to fill in those gaps between the interior and tail lights. So how do I want to do that? That's the usual $1,000,000 question. Well, not literally $1,000,000, but I hope you get what I mean. So let's start by taking this edge, E to extrude, shove it down a little bit, and now match some vertex positions. One goes here, one goes here. So that gets us a little bit closer to this light. But yeah, let's continue the same approach for the next step. Let's like extrude that a bit, rejoin this vertex here, match this one here. So now we have all this slope matched. And next, let's add another triangle. So we start by selecting this edge, by extruding it, then grab this vertex, rejoin it here, and move this vertex here. Okay, so now that's our space for this tail light to move into. Let's mirror the same steps on the other side. So extrude, what did just happen? Okay. That is fine. I guess I selected a wrong vertex initially. Okay, so that one goes here, that one goes here. Now another extrude. That one goes here, and that one goes here. Okay. So now I want this to have a corner about here. So let's select this. Once again extrude it, but I want that vertex to match here, the top one. And the bottom one, well, okay, I wanted to first, let's get into this view, move it along x-axis till we match like this vertex here, so it is properly vertical, and then move along y-axis to match here. Okay, so that gives us this interior slope for the tail light. But we have an issue with this floor, because it doesn't match here. Well, that's not a huge problem, since we can take this edge, once again extrude, move that here, and that merges here. Okay. And yeah, that I'm not a big fan of. Okay, so let's instead roll all of that back. Let's take our knife tool, so that make a vertex here. Now slide it to match this vertex so it slides as close as possible. And yeah, actually, let's take this vertex now and clamp it to here. Okay, so that gives us the geometry we need. Let's mirror those steps here. So how do we do that? Let's start by cutting that here, then let's slide till we get as close as possible to this vertex, because that's gonna be where we hitch. Select this, extrude, and clamp that in here and that in here. Okay. That is now fine. Next step is taking those two, extrude, and just attach them in here. Okay, so that's mostly fine, and now just final triangles on the sides. well, couple of triangles or a quad. So let's extrude. Let's have that vertex match here and that vertex match here. That's a quad, and we can now cut it into a couple of triangles to get a little better shading. Okay, is that same here? Well, sorry, what? So that taillight is obviously sloped here. It has a breakpoint here. On this side, it is just flat. I am a bit at a loss for words. Do you have this geometry? Yes, you do. You just failed to make it symmetrical, didn't you? And probably you are as well part of this tail. Yeah. So yeah, it has a bend here. It doesn't have this bend here. Well, okay, let's edit all of the both of those together. That vertex seems fine. So let's take those two. Let's make move them by y-axis till you match here. This one move by y-axis till you match here, just in case. Now that vertex here, let's move you to match here. Okay. What about the middle one? So those two are now supposedly level, and that one, yeah, that looks fine. Okay. So, okay. And I hope nobody from creators of this mod, PZK VLC, does not mind me fixing those geometry mistakes, because it doesn't affect how the vehicle looks that much, but it is hella annoying, at least to me, not having those even. Okay, now where were we? Now that should be back to quad, extrude, yeah, go here. That vertex matches here, that vertex goes here. Okay. Now that interior is attached. Good. Good, good, good. The only thing is that gives me a worry now is that panel. I don't want it to be shaded based on color of the exterior body. I wanted to use the same color as the interior. So where are you? Okay, so you got just those 0 UVs. Instead, let's find, okay, so that is where all of those is shaded. So now let's select those UV vertices and match them in here. Okay. Okay. So that is the interior. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alt N, average by face area to fix shadings. Okay. Yeah, I think we can work with that. Well, maybe Maybe we should mark some of those as sharp angles, because we just added them. Yep. Edge, mark sharp. And select all, re-average by face area. Okay. So now shading is marginally better. What's wrong with this one? Is that a shading issue or just texture issue? It's a bit hard to tell, but since it starts around this corner, that is kind of a bend. I suspect that might be a shading issue, so let's mark that as sharp too. Okay. Oh, and those edges are part of the same mesh, so yeah, they should be sharp too. Edge, mark sharp, okay. Select all, mesh, clean up, merge by distance, yeah, all vertices were unique. So that is now good. Okay, that's fine. Now let's deal with the trunk door. So first thing first, I want to separate upper and lower doors to be different objects for now. So all of those, let's be to separate selection into its own object. Now here we want to get to separate this window. So select all of that, I to inset, and now fiddle with vertices using slide mode double G to put them in correct positions. Okay, yeah, get this magnet mode off, because now it's not helping. Okay, so that is a good fit for this window. Let's excise it. Select all. Now, here we have a bit of a problem with the slight mismatch of vertices. So let's fix that using magnet. Do we have a problem here? Yeah, we do. Though here I would prefer to fix it that way. Okay. And that way, okay. Select all, mesh, clean up, merge by distance, edge, set sharpness by angle. Do you really think those edges need to be sharp still? That's some... Okay, edge, clear all sharp, edge, set sharpness by angle. Okay. Okay, so this is a bit of an issue, because that means that those edges are split. So that means here we still have more than one vertex. Yep, here it is. So let's merge it in here. Okay. Okie dokie. Now that geometry is settled, let's give it some thickness. So let's throw in our solidify. Where is it? No, it's not deform, it's generate solidify modifier. And what would be the correct thickness for this door? I think it should be maybe twice that much. Yeah, that looks more appropriate. Okay, and apply. So now we can see that some of this thickness actually clips into the interior. That might be okay if we are not too picky about it, but we can actually fix those issues by sliding all those vertices that clip in and put them on the faces. So here with this magnet mode, let's select face attachment mode, selecting this vertex. Now let's slide and like point here to this vertex, well, to this face. Now slide, slide, slide here. Actually, even let's have this snap to vertex and snap precisely here in the corner. So same deal with this vertex, snap it to corner here, and that vertex, yeah, let's take those two. Shift S cursor to select it, so it will move exactly in the middle between those two. And now let's select this one, Shift S and selection to cursor to move it exactly there. Okay, that works fine, but we have some more clipping vertices here. So that, go back to face mode, slide. Okay, just make sure to pay attention which edge you're sliding along. It is a bit highlighted there. Okay, that's better, better, better. Okay, that is fine. Next, usually I don't leave those frames to be that thick, so let's select this entire loop of vertices, move, and okay. So we are targeting based on this vertex, so let's match it here. And yeah, because now we see those edges are highlighted too as selected. We expected those two loops to be exactly of the same size on the inside and outside. They all perfectly welded in one move. Good. So now that is our door. So we can see it like this. Finally, let's select all of this inside. Okay. And let's readjust its UV position. So it's currently on the outside of rear window, but we want it to represent the inside of this rear window. So move that in here. Let's slide that in a little bit. Now you move here, move. Okay, no magnet, please. That doesn't need to be super precise for our purposes, but you can play around with this if you like. Sometimes it's quite therapeutic to play around with UVs, trying to get the perfect result. Okay, so that is some of it. Like this bit here, but we still have those two. So now we have one in here and one in here. Okay, so rotate by 90 degrees negative. Move down here, and let's now turn magnet on and snap those in place. And let's do the same with this one. Okay, just those two. Okay, move here. So you go here. Okay, exit this mode, and yeah, that is now textured better. Once again, let's finish it by set sharpness by angle, Alt N, and average by face area to remove some of those shading artifacts and make it look more rigid and less smooth. Okay. I am not a big fan of this texture artifact here, to be honest. So here you see that texture got some lighter bits that kind of bleed into this texture, but since it's supposed to be like a uniform color, we can just move that down a bit and avoid those artifacts. And that one, let's snap it in here. Okay, layout, yeah. Now that's shaded a bit better. Cool. Cool, cool. Okay, do I have an umbrage with those rear lights? Because they are UVs, their UVs are also probably deserve better. So let's select all of that. Let's go to UV. And yeah, you see they are kinda all over the place. So how do we want to fix those? The top is actually fine, but this bottom, I want that edge to move a little bit down. So to move that, to do that, let's move those UVs a little bit up. So here we are. Now that line here should line up with this one. I know that it is currently set up to line up with this ridge, but I don't think that is the best result. So that UV line needs to be a little lower. Just a smidge. Yeah, that lines up better. Those two now got a bit distorted. Well, do I want to keep playing this tug of war, or do I want to use that one to keep fixing it? Yeah. Oops. Move by Y. So let's match this line here, and then that one. Move by Y. Let's match the bottom bridge. Okay. Now that light is okay. Maybe I want to fix that UV a little bit. Maybe that one needs to move like that. Okay. Oh, well, now that kinda stinks. So that's this one. So let's, yeah, that is a more correct position for it. Okay, that light works. This light. So let's start with those. Okay, move that up a little bit. Fiddle this? Nope. Do I need to fiddle with this one to get this straight? Nope. Well, yes, but not that. I'm a bit appalled that this doesn't change it. Okay. So let's undo. Okay. Okay, so that one we don't want to touch. So let's then fix it by changing this. So once again, that one needs to go down till we match this line, that line, lined up pretty decently. But that line, let's move it a little bit down. That line, move, oops. Yep, that should do it. Okay. Okay, so that thing I like better. And thankfully, if I remember correctly, all of those tail lights are gonna be the same along all of those regular wagons and pickups and all their brands and makes. Cool, cool beans. Okay. But we still have this lower trunk door here that we need to work with. I'm still not 100% happy with its general shape. But I can't really see why. So maybe if I just have a look at it. Well, I think that here in the center it's like not curved enough. Like that vertex here. So you see that bottom curvature is more pronounced, significantly more pronounced. Even this top looks like it's more standing out. So let's increase it a little bit. Okay. That may be better. Also, probably should have those triangles cut in different directions. So let's have them like this. So that is like a focal point. Okay, yeah, that makes a bit more sense to me. Okay, that's fine. Now let's give that generate, solidify, and double width. Okay. So that has the same width as this. Apply. And do we... I don't think we have the same issue with clipping in. Well, maybe we do, but I don't care that much for this bottom part. I guess edge, set sharpness by angle, average by face area. Select all of those, UV editing, grab all of them, go here, scale down by X, and you know what? You even should be like here with this greasy bit. I guess you get more grimied up than this top part. Cool. Now now those two bits should become one object. That goes... Oh, actually, where's the tail? Okay, yeah, that texture bleed from lights to this top trunk probably needs fixing. So once again, select those UVs. Okay. So now those bottom vertices. Move by Y, like that. Did that stop this texture bleed? Yes, it did. Okay. That is now fine. So those two objects together need to be joined and are renamed into trunk regular wagon object. I set object and trunk. Okay, so that is now should be part of the animated collection. And can be hidden. Good, good, good. Now we have those three as windows. So they are all combined. They should be all combined, but here is what I don't remember. Because those two windows here and here, they can be part of a rear window, or they can be their own separate rear window objects. And I don't remember which is which for particular vehicle. So for now, I'm gonna treat them as separate objects because clamping them into one object is gonna be easier than having them, well, splitting them apart later. Well, not really. They're both gonna be pretty trivial, but yeah, just for preference. Okay, so with Windows, let's clear all sharp. Let's Alt and average by face area, duplicate, flip. So now this window is visible from both sides, unlike this one. And that window is now good. That is a window, rear right, regular wagon object. And that is a static. Now that one, same deal. Clear all sharp edges, re-average to calculate normals, duplicate, flip, and rename. Okay. Window rear left, a regular wagon object. Maybe I should change their names to be like window regular wagon rear left object. Like, so they are more easily sorted together. And yeah, that is just window, not window T. Okay. Rear right. That's where this T came from, I guess. Cool beans. Now, that one. Edge clear sharp. Re-average. Duplicate. Flip. And rename. Rear window. Regular wagon object. And that rear window is gonna be animated. Okay, so that would be fine now. So now that is a wagon set up. And here I have a bit of an issue with this geometry here. So you see here we have a gap between this face and the inside. And to make things a bit more awkward, we have some faces here that are genuinely never gonna be visible. So here we have the same hidden faces. So let's just drop them. Next, what I want to do is take those two edges, extrude, something like that. Shove that back in here, connect that here and that here. Okay. Hello, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So now that fills in that hole. And yes, I am leaving the holes here at the back. Oh, it's doing pretty good. I'm just fixing some problems with those F-type geometry stuff. And yeah, you probably missed the announcement at the beginning, but I'm planning on having a second stream this week tomorrow, because I kinda messed up and forgot, well, didn't have a stream last week. I was hoping to, but, well, the internet quality where I was just said nope. Oh. Oh. Well, that should be part of a door's wing mirror, so that's not part of that here. Let's get rid of that for now. And where was I? Yeah, I want to fix this hole here. So that edge and that edge, extrude. Move here. Okay. And yes, we have holes back here, but those should be backfilled by some other components. And we also have maybe a bit of an issue here, but nah, I'm not gonna worry about that here. Well, not here at least. Okay, so that shared bit is now done. We can complete it with a wagon and other regular setup. And with the grill and tail, we have a complete vehicle. Okay. Well, for those complete vehicles, we'll have to cut out the tail lights first. So, how do we do this? Let's first start from tail. Let's duplicate it, hide this double copy. It's just a backup in case. So here, let's take a knife tool and start cutting out this tail light as close to this edge as we're comfortable. Well, maybe a bit more loose because we want to, well, we wanted to match multiple of those objects. Okay. Here we are, yeah. And yeah, let's connect those loose vertices to some nearby corners. That one we can slide like that. And probably to make that less awkward, let's cut it in here just in case. So that should relax geometry a bit. Move that here. That would be fine. Yeah, and now that we have that geometry, we actually may want to move those UVs to make them that even better, but well, not necessary. Okay, now that side. Same deal. Cut, cut, snip, snip. cut here, cut up here, cut through the corner and around. You move here, you move here, and from here we need to cut up here. Okay, so that gives us our tail lights. Let's separate that. Let's separate that. And what I want to check, oh yeah, what I want to check now is here, this tail, how do we cycle through materials we have? So we have this province 1, 2, province 3, 4, okay. So that is a miss here, and that texture will need fixing a bit. That's gonna rely on its own. Okay, 5, 6 looks like it will match 3, 4, 7, 8 also. Well, looks like it's just 1, 2. Then what about intruder? Yeah, intruder works with that geometry. Intruder 6 works with that geometry. And intruder 11 does too. What about CUCV? Well, that's not promising, honestly. Okay. Let's take this and check this CUCV. Oh, what? Well, I guess that is not applicable to this rear end. So let's not bother about it. Okay. Okay, so that object here, that's gonna be one version. So how do we name it? A regular tail, okay, 1. Or since it mostly matches all intruder variants, let's name it intruder. Okay, now that copy here, that material is wrong, but here we have this province 3, 4. Oh. So with this province, I want to fix some of those UVs to match here. So we need to take those, go to texture and try to see what we can salvage here. So first of all, select all, and it looks like this whole light needs to be moved a bit down. So those UVs, they need to be raised up a little bit. Just till you match here. Next, this bottom part here, that needs to get matched closer. But once again, that's kinda wrong. Yeah, know what? I think I am actually going to do what I said about fixing those UVs after I cut out the light, because that just makes sense. So, hide that. Let's take those lights and rejoin them into this intruder. Okay. Tab, select all. Mesh, clean up, merge by distance. So those are now properly attached. And UV editing. Okay. So now, what can we do? Well, first of all, those two vertices. Well, I want this vertex to move along z-axis till you match this one. So those are on the level. That one move along z-axis till you match with this one, so they are on the level. Now that one move z to match here. Move z to match this one. Move z to match this one. Okay. Other dimensions, they are kind of possible. So that's okay. Now, all of those faces here. Since we know that those two vertices, they are on the level in geometry, so let's make them level here too. You move along the axis till you match here. Those two, oh, yeah. Those two scale by y at 0 and move by 0 to match, like here, this dark border here. Now those vertices scale by x at 0, move by x here. Okay. And those three, they're not on the level by x, but yeah, I probably can make them scale by x at 0, but then again, should I? Guess yes. But they are not level here either. Not that that's gonna matter in much anyway. Okay. Now all of those. So once again, all of that needs to be, I said scale x 0. I want those to be scale x 0. I want those to be scale y 0. Those to be scale y0 and those to be scale y0. Okay. That is fine. Now, that line, move along y to about top of this blackness. That move along x to here. That line is fine, and that okay, so that one needs some nudging. Just a scooch. Okay. Now they match here. That is okay. That's fine. And if we switch it to province 3, okay, we can see that it should be at about the same position, but it needs slightly different UVs. So let's make a copy. Let's rename it to province 3, because it starts from 3. And let's readjust those UVs we see here. Well, yeah, let's select all. Okay, so that, all of those positions, they line up perfectly. Well, good enough. Yeah, I forgot to fix that on the other one. Am I stupid? Well, no. Yeah, since I'm gonna separate them anyway, I'll fix them separately too. And, oh, well, that's not good. So those should meet here. Now, those 3 scale by x, sx0, sx0. You move along x, you scale y0, move 0, y to up here, sy0, move y here, sy0. Okay. And you sy0. Is that good? Yeah, I guess. Well, maybe move it down a scotch. And that, move x like that. That gives us a bit more crispness. And yeah, originally with PZK models, that wouldn't be attainable because you need this extra geometry to serve as anchors for those UVs. So no blame there. Now let's fix that here too. So move along y-axis down. Let's clamp it all into one level. Move by x to here. That is fine. Hello, knobs. I'm glad to see you here too. Okay, now that fun part here. That should be on level. Move along y. This one and that one. Do I need them to be on the level? I guess no, and I can't even move them that far, because there's an issue of this corner here. Okay, so let's leave those be as is. So those scale x0, move along x to here. Oh, okay, so we have some here. Sx0, move x to the side. Those two. Sy0, move along y. This whole line sx0. That's fine, fine, fine. Okay. Yeah, that maybe that top one needs to be moved a little bit. Move along 0 like that. Yep, that's much better. Now here. Once again, that one, clamp all to one position, move at y to here, move at y in here, that clamp by X at 0 and move like that. Okay, and now finally here we have this yellow bit not matching up, and that is because of that portion here. So that needs to move up or down a bit. Like so, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so now that metallic bit here and here, that is an issue. So can we, okay. The issue being that part here where this corner blades. So can we just move that one to fix it? No, that doesn't work. So, well, we definitely want that vertex to be like way down here. But that one we would have to move it like diagonally so to match. Okay. So we need to preserve this vertex position here. So to do that, let's cut from here to here. Well, almost got it. Let's take this, slide it up a bit. Yeah, that works, I guess. And now after that is done, we can move that by Y. And yeah, that's not gonna work. Well, I tried, but I'm not gonna salvage this white bit here, unfortunately. I might move that down, but that's just gonna make this curl here. Maybe if I cut it like this, I can limit the extent here, but yeah, not really. Okay. And maybe I should meet them other way around here. So take that and move it up, I guess, like so. Yep, that works too. And with this one, I think this whole line needs to be a bit lower. Though, once again, that's just this vertex going up. Okay. So that's gonna give us UVs for those lights here. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so now we have intruder lights that work with some materials like province 1, 2, intruder, intruder 6. So all of those. And we have this province 3 that works with province 3, 4, province 5, 6, province 7, 8. Okay, do we have some other materials? Oh, We also have those F. Okay, so they are the same, but are they compatible with someone? Because they are not compatible with, oh, compatible with this province 3. Are they compatible with intruder? I'd say they are not. Okay. So let's make a copy. Let's make another copy for them. And for them, we might have a little problem. Because I see they are raised quite a bit compared to other variants. So, do I want to edit their edit the texture to lower those tail lights? Or do I want to make a separate geometry that is raised for them, but that geometry will also require other, well, a separate separate rear door, well, trunk door. Because we might have a problem. So let's take, for example, this trunk, regular wagon here. So that is with one material for province 1, 2. Province 3, 4 is the same. Well, it works the same. 7, 8 works the same. Now, intruder, that also works mostly. Like intruder 6, intruder 11. So those are fine. Now here, say we have those lights bleeding up here, and since we kind of heavily edited those UVs, it's not gonna work either way. So we need a separate geometry for those two. Oh. Well, we need this separate geometry either way, I guess. Okay. Hmm. So how do I want to do that? Well, obviously I need to make a copy of all of that. Duplicate, separate, so that's gonna be one object here. No, that one can still go to animated and be hidden. You are gonna be a different thing though. And tail. Let's make a copy of this tail. Let's rename it into F350. And for now, let's even merge those two together. Control J. Well, one thing with this change is that we can now have a different geometry, not just for those lights, but slightly different geometry for the whole rear, and we're gonna need it. Let's start by merging some of those vertices up. Some of those vertices here. Well, that's not what I expected. Okay. Okay. What's up with this one? Drop that vertex. And I feel like I have some more unnecessary geometry, but I'll deal with that later, I guess. What is this triangle here? Drop this face, yep. That is fine. Now that here, let's slide it up. Slide that up. Okay, now that shading is a nightmare, but that's just normals acting up. Let's get rid of all that geometry. Okay, so what is... Okay, I kind of messed up quite significantly here. So that vertex needs to stay here. That vertex needs to stay here. Now that stays, but that can go, that can go, that can go, and that can go. And that can go, and that can merge here. Okay, and we have something here that is bothering me. What is this disconnect, and why can't I do something about it? Oh. Okay, I see. What is that? So that is just, was that poking through a little bit? Okay. Makes a little sense. So here we have some crooked tail light here. That needs some fixing of UVs. So let's clamp some of those together. Well, at least the ones that should be together. Okay, is there something else going on here? Yes, there is. What about here? Fine, fine, mostly. Okay, that's okay. Now let's reposition those UVs. So I want those to be scale by Y at 0. Now I want to move cursor to exactly between those two, and all of those three. Let's cursor mode scale X at 0, so they are in the middle. Now that one, let's move cursor here, clamp all of those along X here, move here. Okay, now those are set as vertical. They don't need to reach all the way here. That is correct. Those two, well, first of all, yeah, let's make them, oops, not cursor, back to median pivot, scale X 0, move X, little bit here. Okay, here, let's try to make it more symmetrical. So move along X to here. Well, not all the way once again. Let's leave like a pixel. Okay, and let's leave like a full pixel here. That is fine. Now once again, selecting those two and point. What? Sorry. Point. Oh, so there are multiple vertices here, are they now? Don't we have a weld select here? Oh, okay, so one vertex from here plus one vertex from here. And yeah, that still doesn't add up. That is a bit annoying. Let's mesh, clean up, merge by distance. Select all now. Cursor to selected. Well, it's a bit better, but still not entirely correct. Not sure I understand what's going on. Okay, that worked. Now that clamp by cursor SX0. So that is in the middle. Those are fine, those are fine. Okay. So here we have a distortion in here. Well, that distortion is easily understood because we don't have a cut here. So let's cut up like that. That gets fixed. Let's cut like that, and that too gets fixed. Okay. That is fine. Okay. Can we slide it to be perfectly? Okay, move along x-axis to match this one, and you move along x-axis to match this one. So now I want you to move along x-axis to match here, and you move along x-axis to match here. Okay. Now, no distortions here, and we have geometry. That is good. What do we have then? Oh. Well, next step would be to cut out those lights. So mark some geometry around them. And honestly, what kind of worries me about those lights is that I will have to repeat it for every size of those trucks, because as long as some of them use this F350 textures, so their rears are gonna be slightly different. Okay, so that is fine. Now those three, let's get them scaled by z-axis at 0, and those three scale z-axis at 0. So they are perfectly on the level. And maybe have those three scale at x-axis to 0, 2. And those two scale at y-axis to 0. Next, cut, cut, cut. Snap here. Cut here, here, and in the corner here. Okay, snap like that. We have some geometry here that we didn't have on the other side. Not to worry. Let's just push it in the corner and forget about it. Now, those three, let's scale them by x at 0. That's fine. Now, for those two, I want them to match this side too. So I select those, make cursor to selected. Now select those two vertices, switch to cursor pivot, and here S by y-axis at 0, and they will not just align perfectly along y-axis, they will also align with this cursor. Similarly, selecting those three bottom vertices and positioning cursor on them, then selecting those three, scale Z0. And finally, position cursor at those three vertices, get those three, scale Z0. Okay, select all and let's check our UVs. So we want those to be on the, oops. Yeah, actually, let's move a cursor to them and then have all of those four vertices scale at y at 0. So they are all on the same level. Similarly, let's move the cursor here and level all those vertices at this same y level and move them along y to, well, here, where the black ridge ends. Okay. Now all of those. Yeah, let's select, so put cursor on this vertex, scale x 0. So let's set them on one level and position them like so. Similar, put cursor here, select all of that, clamp them on the level and position like so. Okay. All of those, let's move them like that. And all of those, let's, oops, well, no magnet, but put them here. Okay, so here, this light now perfectly fits into this geometry. Almost. Almost. So that one, let's put cursor here, select all of those, scale by y at 0, so they are perfectly on one line. Well, that is now good. Now we need those sides to match similarly. Once again. Oh, yeah. Go to median mode. SX0, SY0, move. Okay, SY0, move Y. like so. sy0 move y, sx0 move x. Okay, move y. Oh, yeah, I guess that is good. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, that works. Now, that part still needs to be divided into trunk bits and the tail bits. That is gonna be lower trunk. That is gonna be upper trunk. And that is the tail bit. But with the tail bit, we have a little bit of a problem. So here you see those rear lights, well, those rear connections here, they don't line up with those elevated tail lights anymore. So how do we deal with that? Well, one thing we can deal with is take those lights from here, separate them into their own object, which is gonna be fine. And then that object needs to be added to the tail lights, like this intruder and province, and a copy of this object, like component, oh, rear filler 1, a regular 1, and that one is gonna be component a regular 2. Okay. Well, that bit here needs to move, some vertices moved. So that vertex gets moved up here, and that vertex gets moved up here. And that is basically it. So now that would match it. Oh. kinda messed up this a bit. So that triangle here, that also needs to be separated. And then that needs to be added to this filler 1. Here, Control J. And mesh, clean up, merge by distance. Okay, that is good. This one though, so you move up here and you move up here. And that fills them nicely. Okay, so now we can have this filler as its own object, but since only one version of those tail is gonna need it, let's just join it straight in. Control J. So that is now fine. Rest out here, this tail intruder. If we match it with a regular wagon, we're gonna have those doors, and we need it to be filled. To do that, let's get this array cap combo done with this filler part. And yeah, merge it. Okay. And I guess you need to have those edges marked as sharp before you merge it, because otherwise that might result in some weird shading. Edge, oh, edge here too. Edge, mark sharp. Yeah, that's fine. Is it? Yeah. That should be fine. Okay. So now that intruder, let's set you to correct materials so we don't get bogged by those incorrect lights here. That is fine. Same deal with this province tail. So let's whoops. Well, those two don't need to be selected. Edge, mark sharp, and that's fine. Okay. So now those tails, they can attach and give us the full wagon. Oh, no. I messed up a little bit when I said that we can just have this geometry be part of be part here, because it cannot, because we don't have just this wagon. We also have a pickup variant, don't we? Regular pickup here. And well, while we can have this geometry, it is gonna be hidden and doesn't make a lot of sense to be frank. Oh yeah, and pickup still has this issue with geometry here. Oof. With one side being sloped and another side being straight. But that's gonna be fixed later. Anyway, so let's have those faces as optional geometry here. So separate, selection, and since that's gonna be for wagons, yeah, we are going to be, well, we're not gonna keep those modifiers here too, because that geometry, well, that geometry needs to be on its own object. Because that's gonna be reused for pickups as well. Such a pain in the everything. Okay, anyway, those doors, we need to fix them to be fully functional doors here for this wagon, and that is a little unfortunate too. Because that pickup geometry from here, that's not gonna fly totally. Since we have simplified geometry for our lights here, that goes all the way up here. Those flaps, they don't need to be on this shared pickup geometry. And this whole plate here, that's something I will have to fix. But the good thing is we just can select all of those faces and say bye-bye to drop them. And then we can copy some geometry from corresponding wagons and fill the gaps in. Good, good, good. Okay, let's separate the tail lights that we marked but didn't fully create, and put them into objects. So let's start with this tail intruder. Yeah, let's drop this modifier. Let's separate this one. separate that as another. And now you are gonna be named light, rear, regular, intruder, left, no, light, okay, regular, intruder, rear left, object, copy, paste, rear right, move them into static. Okay, now that is done. Let's fill those voids. Extrude, have individual origins, scale at 0. So since they had a center somewhere there, that makes some sense, but let's just move them inward a bit more. And maybe even put them closer together a bit, like that. That should work. And now select all the faces here, select all the faces here, UV editing, select all, clamp at 0, and move somewhere dark. So that has those headlight holes, and we have headlights, or tail lights. Same for this province here. Get rid of this. Now you get one object. You get another object. Name province rear left. Province rear right. Move them into static. Oh, hello, Peter. Glad to see you here. Okay, and yeah, I believe I forgot to do this important step before, so we'll have to revisit. Okay, extrude, make sure we're in individual origins, scale to zeros, move along y-axis, like so, median point, scale by x, like so. Okay. Select those faces, UV, select all, clamp into one point, and move it somewhere dark. Okay, that is fine. Let's double check this one. Okay, yeah, and I did forget to sharpen those angles. Edge, mark as sharp. Edge, mark sharp. Okay. That is fine. Actually, let's sharpen this edge too. So here and okay, now where's our tail 350? That would be this one. Tail regular F350. I'm gonna fix the name a bit later. Separate one light. Separate another light. Give this name F350. Rear left. Copy. Oops. Exit mode. That is F350. That is F350 rear right. Those two lights, they go up here. Oh, and you missed quite a lot of it, but I kinda messed around with some of those rear UVs. Oh, mostly to make those lights more even. Maybe not those. Oh, yeah, let's assign those to mark sharp. Now select both of those, extrude, individual origins scale to points, move along Y, and yeah, let's leave it at that. Okay, UV editing, select all, clamp into point, make this point a wheel well. That's fine. Okay, so those tails are complete. What about this pickup here? Regular shared. Does it mesh well with them? Okay, so tail 350. That meshes. This tail. Yeah, that's no longer a template. That is just a tail. Maybe a component tail, but that is just a tail for intruder. And same deal here. Let's get this name. That is our tail province. Okay, so this tail for province, tail for intruder, or tail for 350, they each leave this gap on pickups. And that gap, that needs to be filled. So that is one object to fill it. So let's gonna make a copy of it and rename it to like component rear regular pickup F350. That's one. So now if we have this tail 350, they all mesh together to form the full vehicle. As long as we have the cab as well, like component shared here and grill. Okay, so that builds the whole vehicle. But that that fill is not gonna Where do I have it? Yeah, this component pickup F350, that's not gonna help us with this intruder and province. Well, it's because we still have those holes here, and that goes like too far. So instead of using that, let's find our rear door from wagon. Trunk, regular wagon. Trunk, a regular wagon edit. And we have those faces here. Let's duplicate them, split them into their own object. And that is exactly what we're gonna use here. Oh, well, maybe not. Where is this wagon again? Let's hide all of that. So I believe we missed this one. Duplicate and split selection. So you go into components. Oh. Oh, well. That was really unexpected and annoying. Blender apparently just crashed. And I don't remember when was the last time I saved. Yeah. That was at the beginning, so I just lost this whole stream of progress. Well, at least by now I know what to do, and you can watch everything you missed again. So, what did you miss? First of all, that geometry here on this interior, that is a nightmare. Because we have some vertices that probably shouldn't exist here. Like, why is this rear looks like this with those indents here? Or what is the point of those two vertices? Well, those two actually, okay, let's fix them. That is easy. We just slide them in here. But most annoyingly, this roof on the inside is actually connected to this vertex on the outside. Yeah, I guess I should save more diligently. Like Control S is not that hard of hotkey to press every once in a while, but oh well. Nothing to cry about. Well, at least crying is not gonna help a thing. So, how do we want to fix all of that, well, occasionally nonsensical geometry? Let's select this as a face loop. Add here. Let's add some of those faces here as well. Now that looks fine. That looks fine. And I guess those two I can bear. Same deal here. Let's select this face loop. Let's select that. Okay, so that all is selected. Let's separate it and move it along the axis by 1. That one thing. Now that reveals us this mess of geometry here. For example, that face is probably not going to be visible by anyone. That's okay. Now, that vertex here, once again, that's the insides here, and this roof here, for some reason, got connected to the outside corner. So, how do we want to fix that? Well, let's separate those two. Oh, well, let's get this set up. Alt M, separate selection, move Z at 1 negative. Okay. So here, that face here, that was neither here nor there, can go away completely. Those two faces, yeah, I don't want them to either. That face and that face, like, what even are they? Oh, no, I guess they kind of make sense. This one doesn't, though. Okay. So that's okay. Now, one modification I wanted to do here is I want to take that vertex, and its mirror siblings here. Oh, I forgot to select some of those. Did I? Yeah. Fine, fine. Separate those two. Move them at Z1. Okay, elevate them up here too. Here. Well, what is that dangly bit? Delete that. And delete that. Okay, so now that vertex and that vertex. Oh, am I allergic to symmetrical selection or something? G by Z1. Okay. So since I have this auto weld mode on and I moved it into correct spot, it should have connected all the vertices correctly already. So once again, those 4 vertices, they look like an indent that is not needed here at all. So median point selection, scale X, and shove them outside a bit. And what that also does for us is now those 2 vertices that previously matched those 2 vertices on the interior roof here are no longer going to bother us. Okay, now those 2, let's get rid of them. We have also some loose vertices here. We have some loose vertices here. That's all fine and dandy. Next, with this interior bed, first thing I want to do is to flatten it along the axis and then move it down to match like this vertex. So it almost goes below those wheel wells, but stays above them. That's fine. Now that should match the windows we have on the outside, and so far it should. But here I want that vertex to be connected here, that vertex to be connected. Where is it? Here, guess, and that vertex to be connected here. Okay, that is fine. That's still corner of the window. That is fine. Now all of those, they should be only outside. Yeah, when we select backface culling, they go outside. Now that vertex here is kind of a bit of an enigma for me because, oops, can we get rid of this because we don't have corresponding geometry here. So yeah, let's just slide it into corner here. Same with this one. Slide it like so. Now, those two vertices and even those three, yeah, they actually hold geometry, so keep those. Now, that vertex, let's slide it out and slide that out. So that smoothes that a bit. And now here. Well, that kind of looks like a meaningful geometry, but I'm worried about this texture here. So that looks like something went amiss here. Let's select all of that and check UVs. Okay. What about this face specifically? Okay, here you see it dipped here into, well, probably where it shouldn't be. And those two, yeah, they are here. Okay. But then once again, their most visible profile is not from back or from top, it's from the side. So I guess those they should actually be similar to, well, connected to here. Yeah, that's fine. So UV, project from view. Now select those faces as an example where they should go. And now you match here. You, okay, match here. You match here. Okay. Let's see. Active closest. Okay. Let's try to snap by closest. Nope, doesn't work. Center, median, active. Okay. Now, those two vertices, they need to be together. That vertex goes here, that vertex goes here. Those, well, I guess that goes like somewhere here. And here we have a cut that I, from my previous work with this file, know that needs to be fixed like that. Okay, so that is now fine. Same deal here, I guess. UV, project from view. Let's select those as our orienteering. Scale X at 1 negative to mirror it. And now let's reposition. And once again here, fix that into here. Okay, so the top of this interior is now fixed. Let's look at the insides. Layout. Because that's not gonna have that, well, texturing is not gonna be that important here. So what do we have here? First of all, those two vertices, they don't need to match the outside counterparts. So scale them by X a little bit in. And that actually pretty much is it. So let's select that all, move at 1 by Z. Okay, since we didn't touch those vertices, they should clip back together. But here we see that this vertex no longer matches here. So we should move it in here to match. That is one thing. Next, that vertex here, I want you to match this corner here. Similarly, on that side, that vertex matches into this corner, and that vertex matches into this corner here. And finally, yeah, I'm sorry, had to sneeze. Hopefully caught it and muted in time. Anyway, that vertex, well, we can move it straight here. So that should give us this whole roof. And the only thing missing is here. Some of those sides are not connected properly. So let's select those two edges and F to make a face in between them. F to make a face. So that inside is now almost done. Now let's get that hood, move Z by 1 negative. It got welded. Okay, that's fine here. But we still have, well, now that we separated that of interior from exterior, we have a gap here. We need to fix it. To fix it, let's select some edges around here. Hit E to extrude. And now those new vertices can be welded to the outside. Nope, interior vertices, not exterior vertices. that way. Okay. So that closes most of those gaps, but we also have this tail here that needs fixing. But with this tail, I now have to remember that that tail, well, that template of the tail is incorrect. That's gonna suit some vehicles, but not all of them. And that would be because if I select this tail, well, and yeah, that rear window, and switch this tail to like F350 material, those tail lights are gonna impede here. So that's not gonna fly all that well. So how do we fix it? That's pretty easy. We need to make a copy of this tail, because that tail, yeah, that works for most of those materials, like here. Yeah, so we just need a separate one for this F350. So make a copy of the tail. Let's call it like tail regular F350. And now with this rear door, well, with this rear door and with the tail, yeah, that's actually something I want to fix first. So I probably copied it too soon. So yeah, let's delete that. So this rear door and that tail, they have a problem. If we look from this side, we can see that this tail light is kind of broken at an angle. So that has one slope, that has a different slope. If we examine the other side, we see that there's just one single slope. That is obviously not something we want. So let's select both of those. Go to vertex selection mode. Let's select this vertex and say like move along y-axis till you match that vertex. Now select everything here, move along y-axis till you match this vertex here. So that would give us that kind of slope on both sides equally. So that is one thing. Now, from here, we want to make a copy of those two objects for F350 variants. So let's select those two, Shift D to duplicate, kind of hide those, and that's gonna be trunk trunk regular F350 wagon, and that is gonna be tail regular F350. Okay, so they need to exchange some geometry. I want to cut those bits off here. So let's take that knife from here to here, and then here. Slide it to match this. Slide that to match this. Okay. Let's cut from here to here. Now slide to match this and cut from here into, well, somewhere, and slide to match this. Okay. And now I want those two faces to be separated from this trunk object and be attached to this tail object. Control J. Okay. That gives us two variants of tails, and that we need to work with. Okay, that is fine. Now, with this wagon, let's start with this template regular tail. We want to fill in, well, we want to have some geometry that fills in those gaps. So first bit of geometry we can have is select that edge here, extrude, and now move that vertex here and that vertex here. Now select that edge, repeat extrude, move that vertex here and that vertex here. Okay. That gets us where this F350 tail is gonna be. But my previous experience tells me that starting with this tail and then fixing it to be this 350 compatible is gonna be easier. So how do we do this after that? Oh, yeah, we should mirror that on the other side before we do anything else. So that extrudes. And like that. And that extrude. And that. Okay. Things like that. Now, to build up to this tail light, let's take this edge, once again extrude, keep extruding it, pivoting around this vertex here, and you match this corner here. That is kinda one thing. And next thing I want to do is cut from here to here. Take this vertex here and slide it till it gets close to here. Now we have that bit of geometry. We take that edge, we extrude it, we clamp this bottom vertex here and top vertex here. So that gives us this lip for tail to match. Now take that, extrude again, and clamp that vertex here and that vertex here. And that side is mostly done. Now here, all the same steps. Extrude, clamp the vertices, take a knife, cut here, slide to here, extrude, extrude. So you clamp here and you get clamped here. Okay. That is mostly done. Now all we have to do is take those two, extrude them, and match the vertices. You here, and you here. Okay. So that now closes all those gaps. But once again, we have this F350 variant that is not totally compatible with this setup. So how do we do this? Well, let's select those faces on the sides. Let's no, don't duplicate them. Don't duplicate them, just separate them. So that is gonna be one thing. Now with this item here, now we duplicate it, and the other duplicated variant, let's fit it to this 350. So we can see that this top vertex is fine as is. But we also want this vertex to now match here. Okay, so we kind of move it up here. And we want that vertex to match here. That is all well and good, but we have some geometry here that now needs support. So cut into here, and that vertex clamp to here. And that's it. Same on this side. Let's take this vertex up here, that vertex up here, knife in here, and move it in here. Okay. That's it. Those are two specific variants that we will have to add to build up to a full regular wagon. Good. Good. Now, that 350 variant, let's assign it some correct material. That is good. Save. That is fine. Now, regarding this rear door, we have some mispositioned vertices here, so they should clamp together. Especially because this top piece of door does not end here, it includes this part here. Select all, mesh, clean up, merge by distance, mesh, clean up, delete loose, nothing deleted. But do we still have something here? Okay, yeah. That vertex needs to be attached here and here. Okay, now that's all of them. That's all of them, that's all of them. Okay, that is fine. Now, here we have a couple of bright spots, and I am not a big fan of those. Also, if we pay close attention, here we have some kind of tail light bleeding onto here. So Let's fix those issues. Going to UVs, and here, that is the cause of those texture bleeds here. So select this whole top bit, move along y-axis down till we got away. Now, with those bleeds above, that's because here we kinda got too close here, so that erasing that vertex should fix this issue. Now those vertices here, let's scale them by x at 0 and move them by x to like so. Similarly, here, scale x 0, move x to about here. So that gives us a slightly better color, I guess. Nice. Now, that window. Inset. Slide those vertices in and around till we match this window and then separate it. That's okay. Now that window gets separated. That is our top part of the trunk. Let's separate that into its own object, and that's gonna be bottom part. So, bottom part. That looks good enough, but we need to give it some depth. So to do that, let's attach it a modifier, solidify, and previously I set it to be like 0.2 to be a bit chunkier. Now apply this modifier. I want to retexture this interior bit to match that kind of dirty interior texture as X, as Y. Okay, layout. Here it is. Edge, set sharpness by angle, Alt, and average by face area. So that is now our bottom piece of the trunk. That is our top piece for the trunk. It also needs to be solidified, ideally at the same depth, 0.2. Yep, let's apply. So all of that. Let's also retexture, UV editing. Okay. UV project from view, so it's all clumped together. Now select, move it down here. Let's scale it down like that, I guess. That move down. That scale by Y to be very small and fit in here, scale by X, like that. Move, scale by X. And let's take this exterior and scale it by X a little more. Okay, so that should give us the result we want. Mostly fine. Now select all of those vertices, move and match them here. So that gets welded because they are the same size. Now select all, edge, set sharpness by angle, Alt N, average by face area. That is now done. Okay, now those two objects, they need to be joined together into one named trunk regular wagon object, and you're gonna be in animated bits. What we have next? Yeah, that's not that big a deal. Actually, maybe that is a big deal. That one. Let's name it window regular wagon rear right object. And the window needs its separate treatment. So clear sharp, Alt and average by face area, duplicate, and flip. So it's visible from both sides. And let's copy the name, drop it into static objects, and go see what's next. Yeah, that's the other window. Paste the name, change right to left, and same process. Clear all sharp, average by face area, duplicate, flip. So you are, oops, don't move trunk. Okay, you're in static. Now that is gonna be for components for a regular sized wagon, like, okay, province, let's name it like this. Is it? Yeah, that's province, those sticking up. Now that thing, okay, component regular wagon rear fill F350. Yeah, and that one also needs to be noted that it is a rear fill province. That is fine. Now that is a window. Edge, clear sharp, average by face area, duplicate, flip, name this as a rear window, a regular wagon. And that's gonna be animated. So what's next? Okay, that's fine. Those two are fine. Regular wagon. Okay. Okay, now, yeah, let's save it. Let's save it, just to be safe, rather than sorry. Okay, so that works fine. This regular tail, I spent some time at the start of the stream cutting out the geometry and then fixing some of the UVs, and then ended up with two types of UVs here. Because we have those lights that are mostly the same across here. This province 1, 2 and province 3, 4. But on this side, like that light position works fine. That light position is not working fine, so we need to fix it. And now that I think about what I have here, I kind of feel like we should make those two faces also part of this tail geometry. Okay, so let's separate that. Now let's duplicate it because we will need two of those. One gets joined with this tail and another gets joined with this tail. Okay. Okay. That's a bit awkward, to be honest. Well, we can fix that. We can fix that. And actually, maybe we want those F350 lights to go all the way down here, like to match here. Well, maybe, maybe not. Maybe, but maybe not. Anyway, what I was talking about. Let's start with this 350. Select all mesh cleanup merge by distance. Now, those lights. Here we have some border where those lights can end. And let's start from it. Knife here, knife here, knife here, knife here, up here, move here, and like that. Okay, so that slides up here. That slides in here. We can cut like so. Oh. Well, that is not what I wanted. So let's slide it here. Now, take this vertex, let's cursor to selected, select those two vertices, pivot mode around 3D cursor, scale by Z to 0. So all those three vertices are now flush along Z axis. Now, those three vertices, let's go to median point and scale by X at 0. Now, those two vertices, scale by Y at 0. Okay, so that kind of changes geometry quite a bit. Not that I am that worried. Here, let's start from here. Let's cut some semblance of this same geometry. Cut up here, connect here, go here and here, and from here go down and here. So slide those together, slide that here, cut from here into here, and slide like that. Okay, so with this cursor still here, let's select all of those 3 vertices. Yeah, no, let's put the cursor here. Let's select those 3 vertices, scale by Z at 0. Now, yeah, 3D cursor, scale at Z at 0. Now select those 2 vertices, scale Y at 0, and those 3 back to median, scale X 0. Okay, so now those vertices are properly aligned, and we can use them to set up correct UVs. So for example, here, all of those vertices, they can be on the same X position. All of those vertices gonna be on the same X position. All of those vertices gonna be on the same X position. All of those, same X. All of those, same X. All of those, same X. Now, all of those at same Y. Median point. Scale Y 0. Okay. That one, scale Y 0. Those 3, those scale Y 0. Those scale Y 0. Scale Y 0. And those scale Y 0. Okay. Now let's position those. So move along Y to where this boundary is. Similarly, all of those. Let's move Y to where this boundary up is. That move X all the way to this boundary. That move X like this. That X is okay. That one isn't. Move X way here. Okay. So that now gives us some lights that are properly aligned with this geometry, at least in this projection. Not in this projection though, because this happens in here. But we can do like roughly the same modifications. Clamp all of that by X, clamp all of that by X, clamp that by Y, clamp that by Y, and now you move up. You are about right. You move along X and get here. Okay. So, Huh. I am kinda surprised. So, here we have some faces here. Okay, so that's actually, oh, that's fine. I'm sorry, what? Didn't they just fix those positions here? Oh, oh. Why are you separate? Because you're using this different material. Okay, I gotcha. I want you all to use this F350, please. So, yeah, that is fine, I guess. As long as you are also using this F350, yeah, that's gonna match here. Okay, so that now works way better than what I expected. Though to make this line totally level, uh, isn't it level though? I guess it is. That's fine. So that light now from all projections works well because the texture got aligned by this geometry. Now let's fix the same on this side. That's gonna be up here. Oh, you scale at Y, scale at Y, scale at X, scale at X, move by X here, move by Y in here, and move by Y in here. And that works. That is good. So now that has those taillights, and that has correct UVs from all sides. Well, matching UVs. Now, what about those two? Well, once again, let's start by, well, first of all, making a copy of it. And then on that copy, let's cut out geometry. So starting from here, let's get this corner. Jump up here. Jump down here. Cut. 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 Let's get back here and cut like so. Okay, that works. That works. Now, oops. Shift S, cursor to selected. Pivot mode cursor. Scale by Z at 0. Scale by Y at 0. And those three. Median point, scale at x by 0. Now, same deal here. Cut, cut, cut. Cut up, cut across. Well, no, not like that. Cut across. And like so. Okay. Cut past here. Okay, that works. Now, cursor is still here. Let's slide you here, slide you here. Select those three. Cursor mode, scale Z0. Select those two, scale Y0. Select those three. Pivot mode to median, scale by X at 0. Okay. Now with all of that being selected, let's go to UVs and let's set them straight. For example, those need to be no, clamped by X. Those need to be clamped along X. Those need to be clamped along X, and those, and those. And I forgot those, even though they are mostly fine anyway. So scale at Y0, scale Y0, and let's move them a bit. Those plus those, scale Y0, those plus those, scale Y0, and let's move them here, move by X, move by X, move by X, and move by X. Now here. Okay, SX0, SX0. Oh, yeah, and Peter, I hope you don't mind that I'm playing this fast and loose with some of the UVs. Okay, here we want to adjust, is it on this side? GY, yeah. Adjust this position to match those lights here. And I guess here, move. That should do it. Okay, yeah, it does. Okay, that is fine. Now, like I mentioned before, this geometry, it fits this material, but if we go here, well, that half, or that side, it also fits. That side, not so much. So what do we do? Well, let's make a copy, and just without changing any geometry, let's just go to UV editing and realign them to this tail light. So that one, it got broken. Oh, I guess select this whole bit and move it like so. I guess that would be it. Oh, well, don't move this whole thing. And while we do, let's disable one of those so we can actually see what we are doing. So we want that whole thing moved like this. And maybe move that to make it a bit thicker here. And move those to make that a bit thinner here. Now that kind of matches. That did match from the get-go, I guess. And we are good. And I know that for intruder materials, we are gonna... Oh, snap. For intruder material, that's not working. Why, though? Okay, so that's working here. But that's not... Well, here too. And here. Not here, and not with this intruder. Oh, well. Well, I guess we need more than one copy then. So let's cut this, and let's get this, and select all, intruder 1. Well, move along y-axis. Now let's select this whole, move along y-axis, down. Nope. Just select this, move along y-axis. That is okay. That gives me a bit of a worry. Let's select that too. Wait, what? Oh, you are okay. 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 Now you need to match here, and you need to match here, and here. Oh, really? That's how you want to play. Yeah, I guess that's because you are F350 and not intruder 1. Then if I make you intruder 1, then you match. Okay, that's fine. Though I am a bit worried that you don't share the same exact geometry. Why would you do that to me? Well, I'll figure it out when time comes. Okay. So that is here. Now that. Let's fix this and let's fix that. Okay, so that makes intruder work. That makes this province 3 work. Oh, no. You need to be still intruder. You need to be province 3, 4. So that's who you are, and you are province 1, 2. Specifically. But you work with intruder. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's better. So we don't need this third option, we just need this one. And let's just make sure again that those are connected. Let's snap you here. That one is at correct spot. Okay. And on the other side, this one, snap you here. Okay. That works. And what about those? And yeah, that's fine. And finally 350. Well, 350 looks like it was fine to begin with. Okay. What is with this geometry? Seriously. So, here. We have some pretty weird topology here. Like this very thin triangle does nothing for us. And would be much better off cutting through here. Now that vertex, let's slide it in here. Now that triangle, okay, that can work, because that would be too acute. On that side, we have that vertex for some reason. Let's slide it out here, and that gives us now about the same as here. Select all, edge, set sharpness by angle, Alt N, average by face area. Okay. Okay, now that bit shared. That is not shared because vegan had its own roof, so that's gonna be in its own object. Because this wagon, yeah, that has this roof lip built into it. Now, this whole shared front. First of all, that bit here. Let's remove it from here because that's just part of a wing mirror and not really useful for us. Now here we have a bit of a dizzy. So you see here we have a hole and then we have this set of faces here that is, well, normally should not be visible at all. So let's delete those faces. That face is in the back here. Yeah, you see it's also not really that any visible at all. So maybe we can delete it here, but I'll wait on it because we have 4-door variants and that face may be needed for them. We can separate it into its own object later. Okay, so let's select those two edges. Let's extrude them. And now clip those vertices, one into here, one into here. And finally this top one, let's return it back to its origin. Same deal here. We have a couple of faces here that are invisible in all cases. Let's extrude. Clamp you here, and you here. Next, regular shared. That actually works fine. I'm not too offended by them clipping through each other like that. So I'll just let it be. Select all, Alt N, average by face area. That is fine. Now, instead of wagon, we also have regular pickups. And for now, pickups have this rear board as part of this pickup specific mesh. That is not gonna help us a lot because this rear board can be different based on F350 pickups and other pickups. So let's just get rid of that. Let's mark this edge as sharp, and I got rid of it rather than separate it into its own object because it also had this problem with one side being flat while the other having a bulge. So what next? In here in animated, Let's find this trunk regular wagon. So for some of pickups, we want to have those faces here as this filler. So duplicate it, separate it, and that's gonna be one of those components. Okay, let's name this one as component regular pickup rear fill province. And where is our other rear thing? Because I did have it, didn't I? Let's hide that. Let's hide that. So here we need to have something that is in between here. And that I am sure exists somewhere here. Yeah, that one. That is the object we need. So we want this to... oh, yeah, let's start by separating it and calling this as component regular pickup rear fill F350. Okay, that's fine. Let's go here, Alt N, average by face area. Oh, and you are having some issues. Well, let's start by assigning you correct material, and yeah, issues are no more. Good. Well, not perfect. Here we still have some doubled up textures, and here we have some, well, a bit broken geometry. So mesh, clean up, merge by distance. Let's... okay, so that should be enough to merge those two vertices together. Good. Okay. Now, I also want to fix those UVs here. And to do that, well, some of those dots need to be moved to perfectly match their counterparts here. So like so. And in here, like here, 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 and here. Okay, that's it. Now there's not gonna be any UV problems between those two. There can be some issues with this one, however. Would there? No, not really. Nothing that I'm gonna be bothered about. Like, sure, we have some texture mismatch here, but they are mapped to vastly different areas. So, yeah, maybe I'll have to fix them here a bit. But not that much. Okay, that's fine, I guess. So pickups can be assembled. Yeah, thank you for reminding me to save. Don't want to keep losing that progress. Oh well, at least now we are back to where we started. Well, where we crashed. And it took us about the same time, honestly. Though probably now we did it a little bit better. Okay, so do we have this in as part of our door? So front right door, please show yourself. I guess, yeah, door already includes this shaft, so we don't need to keep that one. We can, okay, we can delete it. Okay, what's next? That one. Oh, it's probably also facing the wrong way. Well, I'll think about it. But what we really should be thinking about now is our grill variants. Oh, those grill variants. There's gonna be quite a lot of them. So, let's start. Shift duplicate. So that grill is gonna be called component grill province 1, 2. So that is gonna be named component tail intro shoulder. That one is gonna be named component tail province. And we need to separate lights from all 3 variants of those. Yeah, and you are component regular tail F350. With those, let's regular, regular. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm kind of low energy today. The spring is coming, which sounds good on paper, but that means the weather is changing and doesn't bode well for my activity levels. So you are a light for a regular F350 rear or left object. Copy, paste, change left to right. And those two lights are now in here. Edge, mark, set sharpness by angle. Mesh, clean up, merge by distance. No. Oh, yeah, of course. That's not a quad. So now that works. Do I have the same issue here? Hope I don't. No, I don't. Edge, mark sharp, extrude, escape. No, not 3D cursor. Individual origins, clamp to 0. Select all of those and clamp them to 0 and move here. And since I'm gonna use this point quite a bit, let's set cursor here and pivot mode set to cursor. That's okay. Can we select all of that? Yes, we kinda can. Do I want... No, I don't want to set that to be sharp. That's pretty much gonna be it. Okay. Tab. Now intruder. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. That's because I need this fill here. Yeah, and those need to be separate. That's okay. That is okay. Now you need to be changed to regular intruder. Sorry for caps. Intruder rear left. Let's copy paste here, change left to right. And those lights are static. Okay. Now that selected, edge, mark sharp, extrude, individual origins, clamp to 0, faces, select that, and now here select all, clamp to 0, and they go to cursor straight away. So we eliminated one action. Done. Okay, that's good. Now this tail province. Let's separate that. Let's separate that. You are province rear left. Let's copy. You are province rear right. Okay. Edge, mark as sharp, extrude, clamp to 0, select that, here, clamp all to 0. Done. Okay, all of those are now done. What remains is this grill. Or rather, where is component grill province 1, 2? That's correct material, so let's cut them out. Let's start by cutting around here. Then cut from here to here, up here, then here, and that's it. Now from here I want to cut sideways to here, and now let's sort out those intersections. Slide up, slide. I said slide to the side. Slide, slide. Cut like that. I believe that would be a better fit here. Slide here. Yeah, I guess slide here too. I'll cut from here to here. Okay, and you go here. cut from here to all the way here to here, here, and here. Okay. That is fine, I guess. Okay, that light is done. Now let's do the same on that side. Okay. And cut here. Now cut here. Okay. Okay. And one final cut in here. Good. I'm not gonna bother setting straight all those lines and UVs. Let's just cut out all of those. Edge, mark sharp, and extrude individual origins, clamp to zeros, move by Y in, median point, scale X inwards a bit. Okay. And yeah, maybe those and those two don't need to be that far back along Y. Let's set them like this. Okay. That's fine. Select okay, select all, scale to 0. And once again, because we already had this cursor, they all got colored in. Okie dokie. Now Let's make a new collection. Call it vehicle bodies. And into that new collection, let's try to assemble something. So Shift S cursor to world origin. I set cursor to world origin. Shift A, add some mesh that I don't care about because I'm gonna delete all the vertices. And now let's start by generating array caps, well, one count, no offset, caps. First cap is gonna be component like grill province 1, 2. That is what defines our material. Next cap is gonna be, well, province 1, 2 uses this rear from intruder. That's a bit counterintuitive, but yeah. So we have what's wrong? Why didn't you appear? I'm a bit worried now. What's wrong with this intruder tail? Scale is set correctly. Origin is at 0. Same as here, I guess. Well, okay. Keep your secrets. Generate array. Relative offset caps. Can you add it now? Component. A regular tail intruder. Okay, now it works. So I guess the empty doesn't want to have both caps added at the same time. That tail, and let's have, where is it? Component shared for all. And enable merge. That's one thing. Now next would be another add modifier, generate array without offsets, without copies, caps, yeah, enable merge. Okay, component, regular, pickup. Nope. And let's see, component, regular, shared. You know what? Yeah, I think I would prefer to just use one addition per modifier. So you go to component all shared. Then I would generate array. Yeah, I guess that goes up here. Let's name this modifier as grill, that modifier as cab. That modifier is gonna be regular. So reg, and you are gonna be not tail intruder, you're gonna be regular shared. So that is it. Now that's gonna be tail. Okay, no copies, no offsets. Yes, merge. Now you use component regular tail intruder. Duplicate modifier. Let's name you pickup. And you use component regular pickup. And we need to add this filler here. So duplicate rear fill. Component regular pickup rear fill province. And here we are. We have assembled a full vehicle. That is one thing. So you don't define materials here. You are vehicles, regular pickup province 1, 2. That's one vehicle. Now, duplicating this vehicle, go to modifiers, and let's see here. Instead of pickup, let's name this as wagon. So component regular wagon. And instead of this rear fill, we need component regular wagon rear fill province. No, that's still pickup rear fill. No. Component regular, yeah, pickup rear fill, wagon rear fill province. Okay, so now what is that? Why? Oh, of course, because pickup is still visible. So, okay, pickup needs to have this pickup rear fill province. But pickup can be hidden. And this vehicle, that is gonna be a wagon. Province 1, 2. Okay, so now we have assembled 2 vehicles. Let's celebrate this occasion by saving. Okay, next. What do we do next? Let's make another grill. So components, template, grill, duplicate, component, grill, province 3, 4. So material province 3, 4. And that's a different story. Okay, and I noticed that my stream time is kinda heading to a close. So I'm gonna make this a grill, and then I'm probably gonna end for today. So if you have anything you want to ask, please don't put it away, well, for too long. Okay. Okay, cut like so, like so. Cut. I guess here works fine. Okay. Okay, that works. Now let's separate those lights. That would be one. That would be another. Oh, and I forgot to actually properly name previous lights. Okay. I'll fix that in a bit. Edge, mark sharp, extrude, clamp into zeros, move along y-axis here, and this and this. Move to median point, scale by x, and move by y a little back. Okay. That is fine. UV editing, and all join at the wheel well. Okay, so now we have this grill for province 3-4. So what do we do? Well, we have those two vehicles here. So let's take them, let's copy them, hide that pickup, rename this into province 34, rename this one into wagon province 34. And once again, we go to those material components and, well, grill province 3.4. So that's gonna be our pickup. And that one, let's change this to grill province 34. That's gonna be our wagon, but like I mentioned, those provinces, they need to use their light. So where is it? Component, regular tail province. Yeah, you could see here it fixed some problem. And here that problem still persists. So instead, let's use this tail, regular tail province. That fixes that. Okay, so now we have 4 vehicles knocked out of the park, which is good. And that is our end of the stream time. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this kind of slow stream for a bit. I hope to see you next time. Just reminding you that next time would be tomorrow, the same time as Saturday, but just because I missed my streams last week, that's my apology. Well, thank you for watching and goodbye.